Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, disasters do not affect everyone equally. In every country, it is the most marginalized, discriminated against, and the poorest who suffer the most. This is true in developed and developing countries. That is because structural inequalities, poverty, exclusion, displacement shape who is most at risk and who recovers first. The Sendai Framework spelled out clearly that disaster risk reduction is about people. Yet, we know that the knowledge, leadership, and lived experiences of some groups are underutilized or undervalued in planning and decision-making. If we are serious about reducing disaster risk, we must be serious about inclusion. That means building risk governance systems that listen to and are led by those most affected. Today's session is not only a discussion, it is a call to action. Let us examine what it takes to truly embed gender, age, disability, and cultural perspectives into disaster risk reduction priorities. Let us ask hard questions about who's still being left out and how we can change that. I am pleased that today, in addition to government and civil society interventions, we will also benefit from hearing 5 personal testimonies at select points throughout this plenary. These interventions will provide us with insights into the lived experiences of our testimony givers, who are leading the conversation on inclusion in their respective domains. I thank them sincerely for agreeing to be part of this esteemed plenary. I'm grateful to all of you for being part of this conversation and hope that we will emerge from this discussion with a greater sense of what is at stake and what we must do to ensure that no one ever is left behind. I would now like to begin our debate. We will be guided by the live list of speakers, which is posted online, and QR codes are available in the room. Let me remind all speakers that statements are limited to 3 minutes, and microphones will be automatically deactivated once that time has elapsed. There is a timer on the screen to assist you in managing your time. I apologize in advance if speakers are cut off. Kindly note that this measure is being taken to ensure that all speakers can deliver their statements in the limited time available for the plenary meetings. Thank you in advance for your understanding and cooperation. All statements should be made from your seat. Joining us today are several special guests who will each present a testimony on this important issue. Testimonies will be from the lectern. Full versions of longer statements can be submitted to the Secretariat. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sakiasi Ditoka, Minister for Rural and Maritime Development and Disaster Management of Fiji.
Excellencies, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, Mbuluvinaka and greetings from Fiji. Fiji has long recognized the importance of inclusion in the participation of people with heightened risk in the planning and delivery of disaster risk reduction programs. We acknowledge that a nuanced understanding of the risk factors that drive vulnerability to disasters is critical for interventions that transform lives and help set the stage for a more equitable society. Fiji and the Pacific region have a vibrant civil society sector that champion inclusion and a rights-based approach to DRR. Excellencies, the Government of Fiji, through our Disaster Risk Management Act of 2024, has institutionalized the mandatory participation of youth, women, and other vulnerable groups in DRR governance platforms from community right up to national level. The design of life-saving infrastructure, such as evacuation centers, is now standardized to include considerations for persons with disabilities, women, children, and the elderly. Work on structural reforms to remove barriers for inclusion and highlight the particular needs of individual groups is also an important priority for us. We have held consultations for the implementation of the Sendai Gender Action Plan and also revised the Disability Toolkit for community-based disaster risk management training. The Early Warnings for All program is also a key initiative that we are actively pursuing to ensure accessible and inclusive risk communication and early warning messaging to all segments of society. Promoting the active role that children and youth have as change agents in DRR is also a paramount priority for us. A DRR in education framework is being developed to ensure the systematic training of young minds to be valuable contributors to resilience. Excellencies, the government of Fiji recognizes the importance of having disaggregated data to identify and also inform targeted solutions for increased resilience. We are developing a disaster risk information system that will quantify risk levels for communities, and our data sets measure community coping capacities with a focus on the inclusion and participation of vulnerable groups in community resilience building. Excellencies, while we recognize the progress that we have made, we are also aware of our current limitations. The government of Fiji is committed to enhancing and further strengthening localization and promotion of indigenous knowledge and practices in DRR. We also commit to the implementation of the Sendai Gender Action Plan recommendations as relevant to our country. We will ensure that we will continue with this whole of society approach to make Fiji a safer, resilient, and more inclusive country by 2030.
I thank Minister of Fiji, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Arsenio Ramon Zarate, Minister of the Secretariat of National Emergency from Paraguay.
Distinguished authorities, international organism, UN organism, representative of interested part, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy with this opportunity in order to be able to share with you the work that we are doing in Paraguay, the heart of South America. The inclusion of different perspectives has been fundamental to strengthen mechanism of prevention and answer regarding disaster in Paraguay and recognize the different vulnerabilities regarding gender, age, disability, and cultural pertinence, has been able to design this activity in order with the principle of leaving no one behind. We have made different protocols with for disabled people, adults, and aged people, and women. Regarding sensibilization, medical attention, psychosocial attention, in floods, succeeding 2022 in Asunción, those actions allows us to permit the logistic on this action and attend those affected people. Paraguay has advanced a lot with the implementation of the framework of Sendai of disaster risk reduction with an approach inclusive of rights. We have promoted the active participation of women, disabled people, young and indigenous people, regarding the decision-making governance at the disaster risk reduction. This is reflected on the national policy of risk reduction that includes cross-cutting borders as indigenous people, transgender people, and other vulnerable groups. We have a Mujer Fuerte, which allows different women to the leadership and habilitation, political habilitation, together with other secretariats for the rights of humans, has been preventive policies realized in order to manage in a more inclusive way. Paraguay has put in function a whole system that is a tool for the government with aim to centralize and facilitate the information gestion for people, from projects, and so on. I'm convinced that working together, we will be allowed to build a better future, a safer future, and more resilience for our countries. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Paraguay, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Francisco de Costa Gutierrez, Minister of Interior of Timor-Leste.
Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to represent Timor-Leste at this important plenary focus on ensuring no one is left behind in our global efforts towards disaster risk reduction. In this space of shared accountability, we reflect on how inclusive leadership and whole of society engagement can truly transform our DRR landscape. Timor-Leste is fortunate to benefit from a vibrant ecosystem of organizations dedicated to supporting the government in addressing the needs of our most vulnerable population. We believe that working with persons with disabilities, women, children, the elderly, and other at-risk groups have provided critical insights that help us better understand and respond to disaster risk. The lessons from Cyclone Saroja in Dili, Timor-Leste in April 2001 were profound. Facing such natural disaster, we learned how the lack of disaggregated data and mapping left out most vulnerable citizens exposed and unsupported. This experience prompted a collaborative response. We worked closely with our partners to map the locations and needs of the most at-risk communities, enabling us to carry out more efficient and inclusive evacuations during subsequent hazards. This is to show how diverse perspectives not only enrich our understanding, but significantly enhance the effectiveness of our DRR actions. Guided by the Sendai Framework's call to integrate gender, age, disability, and cultural perspective into DRR policy, we are currently developing an inclusive guideline and checklist for early warning system. This initiative is a critical step toward embedding equity and accessibility across all elements of disaster preparedness. This initiative supports strengthened governance through gender-responsive and disability-inclusive decision-making, inclusive preparedness and response by identifying multi-hazard needs in advance, and effective coordination by ensuring our response mechanisms are inclusive and timely, especially during emergencies. These efforts aim to build a national framework that recognizes the diversity of our people and ensures that warnings reach everyone clearly, timely, and meaningfully. Moreover, we recognize that the foundation of inclusive action lies in inclusive data. While we have much more to generate, this remains a clear national priority. We have begun intervention to improve our data system to ensure that future risk assessment and policy decisions are shaped by the lived experience of all people, especially women, persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, and youth. To conclude, Timor-Leste is committed to the principle that
I thank the Minister of Interior of Timor-Leste, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Marko Lovse, State Secretary of Ministry of Defense of Slovenia.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, the principle of leaving no one behind is not merely a moral imperative. It is a cornerstone for effective disaster prevention and response. Disasters, as we know all too well, are indiscriminate. Whether they manifest as natural catastrophes, pandemics, or unforeseen crises, they impact every facet of society. However, our response can and must be strategic, compassionate, and above all, inclusive. In Slovenia, we are fortunate to be supported by an extraordinarily strong network of volunteers volunteers, firefighters, civil protection units, mountain rescuers, underwater rescues, and teams of search dogs handlers, regardless of age, gender, or any other characteristics. All play an indispensable role in ensuring the resilience of our communities. According to the Eurobarometer, 94% of Slovenia's citizens trust emergency services and authorities to handle disasters or emergency properly. This trust is based on the real knowledge that these volunteers, your neighbors, and your colleagues are always ready to help anyone in need. As part of the National Strategy for Protection Against Natural and Other Disasters from 2024 to 2030, Slovenia is committed to prevention, risk reduction, and strengthening social resilience at both the individual and community levels. This strategy is shaped by national needs, but also aligned with international standards and obligations, ensuring we are globally engaged in disaster preparedness. The ongoing reform in Slovenia disaster management has been designed to meet the challenges of our strategy head-on. By improving the flexibility and mobility of our rescue units through standardization and state-level support, as well as training in specialized centers, we ensure that they can respond swiftly and efficiently, no matter where the disaster occurs in our country. With well-trained and equipped means, we are also able to engage on the international stage, especially through the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, as well as through bilateral and other regional efforts. When Slovenia faced its largest wildfire in the Karst region in 2022 and was struck by devastating floods in 2023, we are not left to face these challenges alone. In conclusion, if we are to ensure that no one is left behind during the disaster, in Slovenia we believe that community must be well prepared. Only then when we truly say that we are ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead and that we have done everything in our power to leave no one behind. Thank you.
I thank the State Secretary of Slovenia, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Yuan Meng Song, Vice Minister, Ministry of Emergency Management of China.
尊敬的联合国减灾。
Ladies and gentlemen, and all the dear representatives. So it's become major challenges. So for implementing the Sendai Framework, we to build.
First of all, we have to focus on the human. That's why we upgrade our policy and we also set up some specialized center in China in order for the government to build up a better resilience. In 2015, we know that in Xinjiang, in Tibet, we have the earthquake. That's why President Xi already announced that at the first time. So basically, our presidency went on site to guide the rescue and to finish the rescue. So once again, this is an example for you to show you that China has leveled up our rescue policy and actions. So that's why we would like to invest more finance in terms of this one. In 2024, September, you can see that there was a super typhoon in Hainan province and hit our province really badly. And that's why we have to evacuate 510,000 people. And although it was a super typhoon, we reduced the aftermath pretty well. And thirdly, in terms of the DRR, we have been set up a lot of training, which will be quite beneficial to thousands of people annually. So that's why, once again, you can see that China has been built up a lot of good policy to enhance our ability when the disaster arrives. So once again, you can see in 2023, we have a really big earthquake, but that day, we finished all the rescue within 23 hours. So once again, you can see China has put a lot of attention to this. And after that, 10 days after the initial rescue, we have built up a new facility for people who has been affected within 1 year. So once again, along with our security and with our national and global cooperation through our One Belt, One Road policy, once again, China has been participating a lot of international rescue, including the earthquake we knew happened in Thailand and Burma. So once again, China's wisdom can be used and can be helped with many other cooperation in the country. So once again, we leave no one behind. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable Vice Minister of China, and now I give the floor to His Excellency, Her Excellency Irene B. Dimlao, Assistant Secretary for Disaster Response Management Group of the Philippines.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good day. The Philippines has been the world's most at-risk country for natural hazards for 3 consecutive years, according to the World Risk Index. This alarming reality has driven the state to implement initiatives aimed at reducing disaster risks and losses, especially for its most vulnerable population. During the commemoration of the 11th anniversary of Super Typhoon Haiyan, which caused the displacement of more than 918,000 families, equivalent to more than 4.5 million individuals, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. emphasized the need for intensified efforts to help the country adapt to the challenges of climate change and build disaster-resilient communities. The Philippine Development Plan and the National Adaptation Plan both recognize climate change as a major threat to sustainable economic growth and poverty reduction. These policies highlight the urgent need for a collective cross-sectoral strategy to mitigate climate risks such as agricultural losses, rising malnutrition, infrastructure damage, disease outbreaks, and even the potential relocation of entire communities due to flooding and displacement. These effects will have profound social impacts, especially on the poor and marginalized who have less capacity to cope. This is a major driving force behind the implementation of the Time for Action, the Philippine Community Resilience Project, and the Project Lawat Binhi, which stands for local adaptation to water access and breaking insufficiency through nutritious harvest for the impoverished. The Philippine Community Resilience Project targets 500 municipalities identified as highly vulnerable due to combination of high poverty incidence, significant exposure to environmental and natural hazards, elevated rates of childhood stunting, and a substantial indigenous peoples population. Through participatory resilience planning, communities are empowered, enabling them to proactively address risks rather than simply reacting to disasters. Along with this, the Philippines also implemented 2 salient areas of disaster projects that will address salient areas of disaster vulnerability, which are water insecurity and food insufficiency. These multi-layered interventions constitute a paradigm shift towards resilience building from disaster recovery. By providing knowledge, tools, resources, and livelihood opportunities, the state establishes spaces where displacement does not equal prolonged suffering. Rather, it is an opportunity for informed rebuilding, empowerment, and constructing local capacities to cope with future adversity. The Philippines is a great example of how inclusive, integrated, and forward-looking approaches under the Sendai Framework are truly able to leave no one behind in the journey towards disaster resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Secretary. I now give the floor to the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests. Disaster risk is not equal. Those most exposed, women, many children, people with disabilities, older people, migrants and displaced people, and LGBTQ+ communities are often excluded from disaster risk reduction planning. Inclusion isn't a nice to have, It's the foundation of effective and fair DRR. When people see themselves in the systems designed to protect them, trust is built and lives are saved. At the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, we see firsthand how including diverse perspectives transforms DRR. In Zimbabwe, for example, the Red Cross adjusted its early action program to better address the needs of children by engaging with children, parents, and educators. It included school feeding as part of its early action ahead of a recent drought, helping children stay in school. Globally, women and children are up to 14 times more likely to die in disasters than men. Only 20% of people with disabilities say they'd be able to evacuate safely during emergencies. There's an urgent need to co-create DRR systems with those facing the highest risks. Local leadership is where real change begins. Across our network of 191 national societies with 18 million volunteers globally, we are strengthening women-led, youth-led, indigenous-led, and disability-led initiatives. These leaders already have the solutions, but need power, recognition, and resources to scale up their impact. At the IFRC, we make inclusion central through our minimum standards for protection, gender, and inclusion in emergencies, which guide inclusive plans and sectoral interventions. We use the systematic use of sex, age, and disability disaggregated data to design programs for real people, not fictional averages. And we support community-led leadership and safeguarding, embedding protection from sexual exploitation and abuse in all of our programming. We call on governments and partners to join us, to make inclusion a requirement, not a recommendation, in DRR financing, policy, and planning. Less than 2% of climate finance currently reaches local actors. This must change. Investing in local, women-led, and community-based DRR initiatives isn't just efficient, it's life-saving. When we plan with those most at risk, not just for them, we build systems that are stronger, safer, and more trusted. The cost of exclusion is counted in lives lost, while the return on inclusion is measured in communities that thrive. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the IFRC, and we are now happy to hear a testimony from Ms. Naomi Woyengu, a grassroots leader and changemaker from Papua New Guinea. Please come to the lectern.
To you who hold power and will listen, it's 2025, and in Madang, in Papua New Guinea, the strong patriarchy still says women belong in the house cook. Not to be seen, not to be heard. They meant it to confine us, but we chose to redefine it. In this house cook, our house cook, we don't just light fires, no, we spark, talk stories, stories of change. With skills and knowledge, with resources and technology, we stir something deeper than meals. We stir memory, we stir movement, we stir power, the kind that rises when women and young women gather, not to wait, but to warn, not to serve, but to lead. You talk about disaster risk reduction, but our grandmothers lived it. They read the river's anger, heard the silence of the birds before the rain, saved the seeds when the yams grew bitter. They knew the signs, and we still do. We are the women of Bogia, the young women of Riwo, the mothers of Karkar, the daughters of Kranget. Our wisdom isn't written in books. It lives in talk stories under coconut trees, in bilums and clay pots handed down to us with love and grit. When storms come, we do not wait for distant sirens. We are the sirens. The Garamut beating warning, the Kundu calling us together. We are the plan, we are the first response. Radio in one hand, bilum in the other, carrying cow and care, data and dignity. We walk bush tracks where roads have given up, speak peace in circles where all fights once whispered, and spread mats for safe spaces in a world that forgets us. But we remember, yes, we remember the women who came before, and we make space for the girls who come next. Because this work, this house cook work, it's intergenerational. It's ancestral. It's the knowledge of the land and the sea woven into how we watch, warn, and withstand. Yet, our road is steep. Logistics fail, coordination falters, funding fades, warning comes too late, and patriarchy still shouts the loudest. But still, we cook. Please lighten our Bilum load. Decolonize your grants, extend your timelines, respect our unpaid care, amplify our truths, and join us at tables we build. So women can no longer whisper in corridors of disaster, but walk boldly. And young women leaders, even with different abilities, can pedal their own canoes. So as you sit to deliberate, think of us. When you speak of climate justice, remember, in Madang, justice is not a policy paper. It is survival, it is lived, and it is led by women and young women with no titles, but with courage and ancestral wisdom. Signed, the Women of House Cook. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wayengu, for this moving testimony. And let me now give the floor to His Excellency Sergei Zalanovic, Deputy Minister for Emergency Situations of Belarus.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, для Республики Беларусь...
Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our discussion is a priority in international discussions. And the topic of this session, that no one is left behind, is at the heart of our strategy. The Republic of Belarus is fully integrated into the system of predicting and preventing the risk of disasters, which is realized through the complex of measures and is supported fully financially and logistically on the ground. We developed the guidelines for the situations when we need to predict and enact the protective measures for population and provision of medical help to population. We work with enterprises and with civilians to educate them on these measures. Thanking to the monitoring systems that we have, we analyze the data from space using satellites, which allow us to establish, for example, fires at early stages and prevent them before they developed into a major disaster. We therefore manage risks rather than deal with them, but we also have the system for dealing with emergencies when they come. In cases of major disasters happening, we have the systems in place to take measures. We have administrative and structures that enact in the cases of disasters. We are fully integrated in international bodies. We exchange data and provide initiatives to international bodies, and fully participate in the international initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. And I would now like to give the floor to His Excellency Jorge Carrillo Tutiven, National Secretary for Risk Management of Ecuador.
Hola, buenos días con todos y con todas.
Good morning. Today, on behalf of the Ecuador, I share with you the commitment of Ecuador for materialize the principles of the Sendai Framework, not only as a speech, but actions, specific actions that grow from communities are strengthened with specific data. Our experience has taught us that the real resilience is built with inclusion. In the areas with higher risk, the communities have shown that active engagement of all sectors save lives. In those areas, the promoters integrate people with disabilities and elderly while our pioneers, children and youth from 8 to 10, make prevention in game and learning. This model, responded by our legislation that is focused on gender, interculturality and discapacity, has already reduced time of response against emergencies. In this sense, we will continue enlarging these scenarios because inclusion is not something added, it's the base, the foundation of something effective. This commitment is reflected in the Plan of Development 24-25, in which 3 of the 5 agencies of equality include reduction of risk with specific goals. We have empowered 15,000 people through online teaching courses with our inclusive guides with people with disabilities, and we have acted with the Ministry of Housing, with the Environment Ministry, with reconstruction post-disaster. However, data show that very urgent challenges. Only 1% of people aware in disaster awareness are disabled, and women are only 37% of the community leaders. These figures motivate us, encourage us to act. So together with the Bank, American Bank of Development, we are also engaging the youth and the indigenous communities. This is a tool that warranties humanitarian assistance with a distinguished focus. And we are also geo-referenced 20,000 areas of high risk with innovative technology. We will also have a plan against disaster for the next 15 years with focus on rights, recovery, and a national program of added data. Our focus is we want to be a reference.
Muchas gracias, Ecuador. We have next on the list His Excellency Ramón Pardo Guerra, Chief of the National General Staff of Civil Defense of Cuba.
Excellencies, we would like to express in the name of our delegation our condolence to the people and government that have losses of lives regarding to those emergencies occurred. We have seen that because of the climate change, there is a result in the relation between vulnerability and the danger manifestation in developing countries. We have worked very hard in middle of a recognize of a blockage, economical and financial, posed by the USA for more than 60 decades, and we have promoted the Sendai Framework 2025 regarding reduction risk, and we have strengthened the capacity to block those disasters. We have a lot of methods regarding early warning and a lot of method of development that has been at the disposal of the people. We have a lot to do at ample level, and we have to integrate the disaster risk reduction. We have to strengthen, we have to get more financials, and we have to be more prepared. In this sense, we reaffirm our commitment to the implementation of the Sendai Framework for the disaster risk reduction 2030 and the accomplishment of all the goals. We have to prevent in order to save. This was said by José Martín. Thank you very much.
Excelencia, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por la brevedad de su intervención. Our next speaker is the distinguished representative of Portugal.
Dear Excellency, dear colleagues, Portugal would like to start by thanking the UNDRR and the government of Switzerland for co-organizing this global platform and placing the topic of Leave No One Behind in the agenda. We are fully aware that disasters disproportionately affect the most vulnerable people. In 2017, wildfires affect the urban-wild interface in inland areas of Portugal and claimed more than 100 lives, mostly in the small village, several of them being isolated communities which tend to have older citizens, some with physical limitations. These vulnerable groups frequently lack access to vital information on risk prevention and self-protection, placing them at a great danger during wildfire events, as help and assistance might not be able to arrive on time. This example illustrates well why the fight against inequality should be one of our shared priorities. To address this challenge, we need to engage with multiple stakeholders, including particularly vulnerable groups. In Portugal, our national DRR strategy is aligned with the Sendai Framework and is based on the whole of the society and whole of government approach, promoting innovating solutions for prevention and preparedness both at central and local level. In addition, our national platform includes a working group dedicated to the topic of inclusive risk governance, which takes issues such as gender, equality and the specific needs for migrants or citizens with disabilities. In this context, specific efforts have been made on the topic to support to displaced people in disasters in order to promote the full application of the Leave No One Behind principle. This resulted in the development of the guidelines for professionals that save to deal people with specific needs in an emergency shelter. These guidelines were further translated into action with the training program that reached more than 5,000 professionals, including political and institutional decision makers. The training actions have increased the awareness of the professionals on how to cope with people with specific needs in emergency and shelter. Dear ministers, dear colleagues, Portugal firmly believes that integrated policy for disaster risk reduction can make a difference, and inclusive stakeholder engagement supported by risk education and the involvement of the local communities is paramount to ensure that risk-informed decisions are taken at all levels. Allow me to return to the beginning of my intervention and to the example 2017 wildfires in Portugal. This dramatic event was a call for action in terms of the preparedness and the awareness. As a result, it was established the Safe Village, Safe People program, a tool to increase the level of the preparedness and awareness the communities exposed to wildfire risk. 7 years afterwards, nearly 2,400 villages have now joined the program. It is a living example on how prompt and inclusive actions can stimulate citizens.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Portugal. As stated earlier, you can provide your full statement to the Secretariat. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Finland.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, Finland strongly supports the Early Warning for All initiative, both financially and politically, and we support strongly the implementation of the Sendai Framework for disaster risk reduction. The ever more frequent disasters can undermine every aspect of sustainable development. We need solutions that enable us to transform our systems to thrive in the face of uncertainty. In Finland, we promote the policy of open data, open science, and open source. Free access to data stimulates innovations, new businesses, and economic growth. As an example of open source, I would like to mention the weather forecast and early warning production software SmartMet, developed by our Meteorological Institute. So far, the open source and license-free SmartMet has been installed in 30 countries around the world. Engaging local communities is also vital. Local people are the first responders and know their own needs. One of the good practices used in Finland's development cooperation is connecting national Met offices with local communities. The Finnish Red Cross collaborates with the Red Cross and Crescent societies in various countries, for example in East Africa and Nepal. Disasters can also amplify gender inequalities. Women must be seen as more than beneficiaries, and gender equality needs to be integrated in all areas of disaster risk reduction and emergency preparedness. Persons with disabilities continue to be among those who are most impacted by disasters and at the same time more likely to be excluded from emergency preparedness, disaster risk reduction and related decision-making processes. It is crucial that DRR and preparedness is designed from the start in a disability-inclusive manner with equal and meaningful participation of organizations of persons with disabilities. In our view, disaster risk reduction is a shared responsibility. Governments, businesses, academia, civil society organizations, media, communities, and individuals all play vital roles. A whole-of-society approach is needed for collaboration, open communication, and trust. Finland's approach to disaster and crisis preparedness is based on this comprehensive whole-of-society model. Our national Sendai network consists of 28 different entities representing a diverse spectrum of actors across the society, including the Finnish Disability Forum and the Finnish Federation for Social Affairs and Health. To conclude, Finland stands ready to cooperate with the UNDRR and with all the relevant stakeholders to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. And the next intervention will come from the United Nations Population Fund. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The mission of the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, is to deliver a world where every pregnancy is wanted, every childbirth is safe, and every young person's potential is fulfilled. We promote gender equality and empower women, girls, and young people to take control of their futures. UNFPA contributes to the UN Plan of Action for Disaster Risk Reduction and is a custodian of the Sendai Gender Action Plan. Through our work, we strengthen health systems to ensure uninterrupted access to sexual and reproductive health services and empower women and girls to live free of gender-based violence. Climate change and conflict profoundly impact sexual and reproductive health and gender-based violence, exacerbating the already existing disparities and hindering the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Marginalized women and girls are particularly at risk during disasters because of the pre-existing gender inequalities, limited access to information and education, restricted movement and autonomy due to social norms, the increased risk of gender-based violence that occurs in those contexts, and the significant negative impact on education. For example, every year, over 12.5 million girls stop schooling in 30 low and lower middle income countries because of climate change, which increases their risk to early marriage, transactional sex, and HIV. There's also a significant impact on healthcare, particularly for pregnant women, lactating women, and their newborns. Addressing these vulnerabilities requires gender-sensitive approaches to disaster management, ensuring that women and girls are actively involved in all phases of disaster risk reduction planning and response. The challenge is that despite this recognition, we still have, we are not yet having comprehensive plans that actually addresses the needs of vulnerable people and build their resilience. UNFPA's presence in over 150 countries ensure meaningful engagement of women, girls, and young people in disaster risk reduction plans and building initiatives. We urge the international community to prioritize and invest on disaster risk reduction plans through flexible funding and local capacity strengthening.
Thank you, distinguished representative of UNFPA. And I am now happy to give the floor for another testimony. Mr. Ala El Nadi disability rights leader from Egypt. The floor is yours, Mr. Al-Nadi.
Good morning, everyone. In 2006, I got my bachelor's degree in computer engineering. After a dramatic accident in 2001, when I lost my beloved mother, and I lost my best friend of mine as well, and the accident left me paralyzed from the chest down on a wheelchair for the rest of my life. After my graduation, I started applying for different jobs, and you will never imagine, I attended about 32 interviews, and every time I have been rejected. You know why? Because just I'm using a wheelchair. During one of these interviews, once the HR manager knew that I'm using a wheelchair, he said, dispatch him home. Yes, you heard it right. Let him go home. Without even meeting me, without even asking for my qualifications, without even shaking hands, he just saw my disability and closed the door. After a year and a half of rejection, one person made the difference. I met a company owner with a fair mindset, and he said, it's not my business at all if I'm using your legs or using a wheelchair. I'm just looking for a qualified engineer. I went through the job test, I passed, and I got hired in the same day. 7 years later, I became the vice president of the company, a consultant in the same field, and I have launched 2 startups in the same industry. I'm saying it here in the United Nations clear and loud. Everyone is equal, everyone is a value, despite of all the differences we have. This is not just a story of mine. This is a story of 1.3 billion disabled people across the whole universe. People with disability who still face a systematic exclusion on every single day. I'm here today to raise a flag that in the context of Sendai Framework, we need to transfer the quote from no one left behind, from just a slogan to be a fact, because it hits directly the lives of people with disability. Those people have the full right to live safe on a daily basis, as well as in the eye of disaster, which means accessible early warning system driven by AI and new technologies, appropriate evacuation plans account for every single need, and of course, a very well-trained staff that can handle their needs. Finally, I know that all of us here are working so hard to earn a living, but it's a completely different story waking up every morning driven by a mission to make this universe better and safe for everyone. And I'm sure, I believe that all of us here and all of you here carry the same message, have the same spirit, and advocate for the same cause. Wish you all the best, and to come up with action plan ensuring that we are not leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Al-Nadi, for sharing your story and your passion. We have time for one last intervention in this morning's multi-stakeholder plenary session number 2. So I give the floor to the distinguished representative from Mexico.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-President. We are convinced that a reduction of disaster risk, an efficient one, can only be achieved if we have intersectional focus centered in rights and led by those that historically have been marginalized. Mexico, together with other countries in our region, are facing threats, storms, hurricanes, floods, droughts that impact our territory every year. But we have learned that the inclusion of different perspectives is key to construct resilience in communities exposed to those threats. In Mexico, we promote that the information reach every single person regarding prevention materials that we have made in indigenous languages in order to make sure that those communities have vital access to those information regarding civil social measurement or protections. More than 120 informative capsules have been protected in autochthonous languages, transmits within the network of cultural indigenous that arrives to a lot of radios in different dialects and different languages. We have also advanced in accessibility for disabled people, incorporating inclusion criteria regarding disaster risk reduction. In 2010 and 2009, the national diagnosis of inclusion for disabled people within the disaster risk reduction and civil protection that has been the base of a design for strategies that allow the participation of disabled people in emergency situations. Even though we have actualized, we have updated information for migrants together with the International Migration Organization in order to give recommendations, specific recommendations as how to act in front facing disasters. This is an orientating principle of the Sendai Framework. Gender, age, disability, and culture has been incorporated within the national program 2024, and it's oriented in our public policies. The reduction of special programs for civil protection widely used by state and municipal governments that contains incorporation of a gender perspective.
Muchas gracias, Mexico. Thanks a lot. Apologies for all those whose interventions were cut off. It's an automatic system, but which ensures that everybody gets to speak. You can hand in your full statements to the Secretariat. Thanks also to all of those who stayed well within the 3 minutes time. So, distinguished delegates, excellencies, dear co-chair, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last speaker of this morning's multi-stakeholder plenary meeting number 2. We will continue to hear from more speakers this afternoon at the second part of the multi-stakeholder plenary session 2 in the same amphitheater. The second part of the session starts at 2 p.m. In the meantime, lunch is being served, so enjoy your lunch, spend some time talking to other delegates, and we reconvene at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The session is adjourned.
Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Multi-stakeholder plenary 2, entitled Leaving No One Behind, Realizing the Guiding Principle of the Sendai Framework, is resumed. I am pleased to welcome you all to this discussion, which will end at 15:30 today. We will now continue our debate. We will be guided by the live list of speakers, which is posted online, and QR codes are available in the room. Let me kindly remind you and remind all speakers that statements are limited to 3 minutes. All statements should be made from your seat. Testimonies will be from the lectern. Full version of longer statements can be submitted to the Secretariat. And now it is with great pleasure that I give the floor to His Excellency Anutin Charnvirakul, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior of Thailand. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Since the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030, and the Sufficiency Economy philosophy, Thailand has integrated these principles into its National Disaster Prevention and Mitigation Plan. The plan ranged from 2021 to 2027. This plan has been formulated and implemented at both the national and local levels to strengthen disaster risk management across the country. As of year 2025, 76 provincial disaster prevention and mitigation plans have been developed, followed by individual district plans and local administration organization operation plans. These are aligned with the global development frameworks mentioned. The Ministry of Interior of Thailand has recognized and promoted community-based disaster risk management as a core approach. This inclusive mechanism actively involves vulnerable groups such as women, persons with disabilities, ethnic minorities, older persons, and youth. To date, more than 17,000 communities have been engaged in CBDRM. In 2025 alone, 73 communities have received CBDRM training. Participants include sub-district chiefs, village heads, community leaders, civil defense volunteers, and representatives from civil society in high-risk areas, all of whom play an active role and are better prepared for future disasters. In addition, the Department of Disaster Prevention and Mitigation under the Ministry of Interior has launched initiatives to strengthen local resilience and promote city-to-city knowledge sharing on disaster risk reduction. Moreover, we recognize the critical importance of raising disaster awareness and promoting safety practices from an early age. Disaster risk reduction education has been introduced to preschoolers, primary school students, and junior and high school students. This has been carried out in cooperation with the
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior of Thailand. Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Stine Renate Heimen, State Secretary to Minister of International Development of Norway.
Thank you, Chair. The Norwegian National Alert System aims to ensure that all residents receive critical information during emergencies. The system ensures that the needs of different groups are considered in disaster planning and response strategies. National and local authorities work with community organizations to ensure that marginalized groups are aware of the alert system and know how to use it. This inclusive approach is also crucial to maintain a high level of trust, a fundamental feature of a resilient society. Leaving no one behind is a fundamental principle for Norway. Disasters hit vulnerable groups the hardest. When disasters strike, women, people with non-binary gender identities, older persons, youth, persons with disabilities, and marginalized communities are the most affected. This is why Norway's DRR financing is targeted towards reaching these groups. Let me give you 2 examples. First, several of the projects Norway supports target women leaders and women groups in local communities to transmit warnings. Second, we support projects that target users that are not easily reachable by issuing warnings in local and minority languages. An inclusive approach in preparing for, responding to, and recovering from disaster is not just the right thing to do, but it's also the best way to strengthening community resilience. I now want to give the rest of my time to our youth delegate, Maria Mjåland.
The Sendai Framework's guiding principle to integrate gender, age, disability, and cultural perspectives into all DRR policies has also informed Norway's national DRR priorities. They include specific measures to protect vulnerable groups during disasters, such as ensuring accessible shelters and targeted communication strategies. This has improved resilience and reduced the impact of disasters on marginalized communities. For instance, the Norwegian Youth Council is represented in the National Council of the Norwegian Home Guard. This participation serves as a concrete example of our commitment to incorporating diverse perspectives. Lastly, when it comes to the use of disaggregated data, Norway has made progress in using disaggregated data sets to inform decision-making for prevention and preparedness. There is, however, still room for improvement both in the collection of data and in involving marginalized groups in analysis and assessments.
I would like to thank Her Excellency Stine, State Secretary to Minister of International Development and the Youth Representative. Thank you very much. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tonga.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Malolele from the Kingdom of Tonga. Tonga fully embraces the Sendai Framework's guiding principles to leave no one behind by ensuring disaster risk reduction is inclusive, accessible, and participatory. We continue to integrate gender, age, disability, and cultural perspectives into disaster governance. Our Disaster Risk Management Act 2021 and National DRM Policy 2023-2030 mandate that women, youth, persons with disabilities, and community leaders are represented in disaster risk management governance structures. Decentralizing disaster risk management is a significant initiative for Tonga. In 2025, we begin establishing 155 inclusive village disaster risk management committees across all island groups. Each committee is tasked with developing village DRM plans tailored to their specific risks, preparedness action, and evacuation arrangements. These committees are also guided by the Sendai principle of inclusivity, ensuring leadership and participation from women, youth, persons with disabilities, and traditional knowledge holders. By the end of this year, this grassroots-driven framework will significantly boost resilience across all communities. To drive evidence-based decision-making, Tonga is strengthening disaggregated data collection. Tools such as our initial damage assessment mobile system allow us to capture gender, age, and disability-specific impacts, ensuring more equitable responses to disasters. However, we continue to face challenges. Decentralizing disaster risk management and operationalizing 155 village DRM committees requires significant investment in training, capacity building, risk communication, and equipment. Mobilizing funding for these village DRM plans is critical to transforming them into actionable initiatives. We call on our partners to support the rollout of DRM decentralization, invest in the implementation of DRM plans, and help strengthen inclusive governance and community resilience in Tonga. Tonga remains steadfast in ensuring disaster risk reduction is inclusive, participatory, and locally driven. Empowering all members of society is the foundation of true resilience, and we call on global cooperation to help us achieve this shared goal. Maloa pito, thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Tonga. And now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Office of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. Ladies and gentlemen, let me get back to you. As now, I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Israel. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, person, and my distinguished partners. The strength of the chain is defined by the strength of its weakest point. The society is like a chain that composed from various people. Therefore, as much as the society and the weakest part are stronger, therefore it's a source for empowerment for the entire society and those who are in behind. Therefore, in emergency situation, the Sendai Framework teaches, channels us, and gives us the opportunity to think, to prepare, and in advance make ready those who are weak in the society and those who are not in the center of the society. For example, immigrants, foreign workers, minorities. This is part of Israel's vision, leave no one behind. And this is the inclusive vision of Israel, bring everybody into the table when it comes to emergency. The fact that Israel threatens, unfortunately, with various threats, forces us to give a lot of plans and therefore to think out of the box when it comes to those who might be left behind. So we are inviting everybody here in this room to learn from Israel's experience, and I'll give some examples. Early warning system, which is driven by high sophisticated technology in Israel for various kinds of threats, gives alert to anyone, any place, any language, any platform. Even those who are deaf, even those who are blind, can find the right alert from the for the situation. Cities like Sderot, which is part of the MCR, creates a resilience hub, a resilient atmosphere for children in schools that can freely come to get consultation in order to be strengthened out of the traumas. Hulon, which is another city in Israel, which is a hub city of the MCR, integrates artificial intelligence technology to locate people
who are weak and who are with disabilities in order to give them an answer. NGOs like Access Israel exports the entire world how to deal with people in emergency with disabilities. Israel's ready to share with our partners and friends here all the technologies with the UNDRR to promote the vision of no one behind. And we are asking you, please pray for those who are behind in the land of Gaza, hundreds of meters beyond Earth, 58 people that needs your prayer and needs your support. Having said so, we are here to share all what we know with you. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Israel. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees.
Works this time. Thank you. Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement on behalf of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and of the over 120 million people who are forcibly displaced today because of persecution, conflict, violence, and other events seriously disturbing public order. What I would like to stress is that if people are not included in disaster risk reduction plans, then they are by default excluded. And too many people who are finding themselves in situations of conflict or who have fled across borders are not included in national plans. This includes more than 53 million refugees, asylum seekers and other people in need of international protection. However, that protection is worthless unless they're included in national plans. Of these, an estimated 40% of forcibly displaced people are children. Forcibly displaced people are being disproportionately impacted by disaster upon disaster, as multiple hazards and vulnerabilities reinforce each other. By the very nature, refugees and internally displaced people often find themselves on the periphery of societies, having to deal and cope with land and accommodation which no one else wants. Within the next 5 years, in most countries that are home or host to forcibly displaced people, exposure to hazards fueled by climate change is likely to become even more extreme. Unfortunately, it's not likely, it will become more extreme. But DRR is not only about hazards, it's also about the governance of risk. A large part of the heightened disaster risk forcibly displaced people face is because, unlike others on the move, they often lack the protection and support of their governments. Almost 3/4 of refugees and others in need of international protection are hosted in low and middle income countries, many of those same countries represented here today. And nearly 1/4 are given asylum in least developed countries, many of which are affected by fragility and conflict or who have low institutional, financial and technical capacities. Furthermore, 2 in every 3 refugees today have been stuck without a solution to their displacement for over 5 years, and the vulnerability tends to increase over time. Despite this reality, forcibly displaced people, and especially refugees, are among the last rather than the first to be included in DRR strategies and investments, particularly in complex and severely under-resourced contexts. While there's numerous examples from Chad to Bangladesh to Lebanon, we need to call on all stakeholders to systematically include refugees and other forcibly displaced people in DRR strategies. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. And now we will turn towards hearing a testimony from Ms. Nayab Ali, transgender rights expert and leader from Pakistan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the heart of Sindh, Pakistan, during the 2022 super floods, I stood on a parched land surrounded by the kind of devastation that redraws the map. It was one of the costliest disaster in the history. In that forgotten place, I met a young transgender woman named Sabine. She had lost her home, savings, and her dignity. Not to floods, but the disaster response system, a system that simply refused to see her. Disasters don't just expose weaknesses in infrastructure, they expose the rot in our values. At my shelter home in Islamabad, 50 transgender women crammed into a space meant for 10, no room to walk, barely enough rice, but what remained absurdly was hope. Hope that someone might care. So I told them to go to the authorities. I told them that if we couldn't help, surely the state would. And I told them to go as a proud citizen. And that, I confess, was my mistake. Because they believed me, they walked into the government office with hope I gave them, but instead of relief, the state did what bureaucracy often do when faced with inconvenient bodies. It deleted them. The form had no box of them, and so they were removed, not violently. No, that would require recognition. They were erased quietly, bloodlessly, by design. No ration, no relief camp, no evacuation list with their names, not because they didn't exist, but not category existed for them. You don't need bullets to kill hope, a blank checkbox will do. So we stopped waiting, we started mapping exclusion, we sat across from the same institution that erased us and insisted they look again and again and again until they say what we saw. For the first time in the years, Pakistan National Disaster Management Authority amended its governing documents, including transgender people in disaster risk planning. Diversity was no longer theoretical, it became operational. We co-developed policy with both provincial and national disaster authorities, including trans people in disaster risk reduction guidelines and humanitarian needs. And then the next disaster came. This time, transgender people received early warning, food, and most importantly, dignity. And Sabine, this time, she wasn't just seen, she was saved. Because resilience is not just infrastructure, it's the right to be seen and survive. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nayab Ali. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Romania.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, it is an honor for Romania to contribute to this important conversation on implementing the guiding principle of the Sendai Framework. As a clear expression of our commitment, Romania adopted its national strategy for disaster risk reduction in 2024, reinforcing our dedication to building inclusive, risk-informed systems that leave no one behind. We strongly align with the vision that disaster risk reduction must be inclusive, participatory, and grounded in human rights and dignity. People disproportionately affected by disaster, including persons with disabilities, women, young persons, and the elderly, must be active participants in shaping policies. Romania has prioritized inclusive capacity building, data disaggregation, and accessible public information. We work closely with civil society to ensure that the needs of vulnerable groups are fully integrated into disaster preparedness and response. A key initiative is the Inclusive Disaster Resilience Project, implemented in 10 counties with the support of Directorate General for European Civil Protection in Humanitarian Aid Operations and World Bank. It focuses on strengthening the preparedness of persons with disabilities, enhancing the capacity of emergency responses also. To date, over 500 firefighters and social workers have been trained in collaboration with the representative NGOs like the Romanian Association of the Blind and the National Association of the Deaf. In 2024, a train-of-trainer program equipped 20 professionals to cascade knowledge locally. We are also conducting direct preparedness sessions for persons with disabilities in pilot counties with plans for nationwide expansion. On data, Romania is working to improve disaggregation by age, gender, and disability, but also the capacity of institutions to reflect intersecting vulnerabilities and localized risk profiles. We are equally committed to inclusive representation in disaster risk governance. To regional, national platforms and working groups, we actively engage youth, civil society, and organizations of persons with disabilities. In this period, I'm honored to announce that Romania will host Regional Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction for Europe and Central Asia in 2027. We thank to the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction for this opportunity and for the trust placed in Romania. We pledge to make Regional Platform 2027 a platform for shared solutions and tangible progress. Together, we can build a safer and more resilient future for all. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative from Romania. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
The Netherlands has a long history of water management and flood protection, but still our southern province of Limburg was recently severely impacted by flooding. While we have a lot of experience on coastal and riverine flooding, this flood was caused by pluvial flooding. Due to climate change, we face more intensive rains, or as we call them, rain bombs. Our earlier investment in flood protection and in disaster risk management worked as intended. No death occurred, but zero risk does not exist. Public infrastructure related to vulnerable populations was affected by the floods. This severely hindered evacuation efforts. So we took action. The Dutch government decreases the vulnerability to these types of new flood events by campaigns to raise awareness among the population, by interactive water scenarios that together focuses on the impacts of extreme rainfall, and by training primary school students on what happens during a flood. By launching a pilot where over 1,000 free house scans to provide free tailor-made advice to citizens to climate-proof their houses against flooding was introduced. And by developing an approach together with insurers to ensure that future climate resilience recovery solutions will be eligible for insurance compensations. The Netherlands is keen to learn from other countries how to implement Build Back Better funding for vulnerable groups through insurance and other funds. But we also act internationally. An example of this is the Water at the Heart of Climate Action programs. Together with IFCR, WMO, UNDRR and the SOF, this is an initiative that supports the implementation of early warning for all initiatives in Ethiopia, Uganda, Rwanda, Sudan and South Sudan. Vulnerable communities, including women and marginalized groups, always suffer the most when disaster hits. Every policy investment decision at local, national and international level has a distributional impact. The Netherlands is committed to leaving no one behind and to working together on disaster risk reduction.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Netherlands. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies and colleagues. When we echo the principle of nothing about us without us in the Bali Agenda for Resilience in 2022, we reaffirm the importance of meaningful participation of people in vulnerable situations in disaster risk reduction efforts. As the escalating climate crisis intensifies the impacts of natural disasters, countries need to strengthen their efforts in integrating inclusive approaches to reduce disaster risk and foster sustainable resiliency system. In this context, the guiding principles of the Sendai Framework, particularly its emphasis on the participation of women, children, youth, persons with disabilities, and the integration of cultural perspective, have significantly shaped Indonesia's national DRR priorities, as reflected in the Disaster Management Master Plan 2020-2044 and the National Midterm Development Plan. One notable example is our community-based initiative, Desa Tangguh Bencana or Disaster Resilient Village, which demonstrates that inclusive participation leads to more responsive, equitable, and effective strategies. This initiative engages women, persons with disabilities, elders, and local leaders in risk assessments, evacuation planning, and early warning system design. In provinces such as Yogyakarta and West Nusa Tenggara, women-led groups have assumed leadership roles in preparedness drills and post-disaster recovery efforts, ensuring gender-sensitive actions and attention to social needs in community responses. To improve data availability, Indonesia has developed the INARIS platform, which integrates disaggregated data on disaster risk and impacts. Local governments and communities contribute to the platform by collecting sex and disability disaggregated data for planning and response, while also mapping traditional hazard knowledge to complement scientific data. Excellencies and colleagues, recognizing the vital role of children and youth, Indonesia has implemented the comprehensive school safety framework since 2008 through the Disaster Safe School program, collaboration with NGOs and the private sector as well as academics. Furthermore, Indonesia empowers youth, young scientists, and professionals as key actors in DRR. Their proximity to technology and cross-sectoral skills position them as leaders in public education, scientific collaboration, and community-based resilience efforts. Significant progress has also been made in mainstreaming inclusive approaches in disaster risk management. Indonesia has developed a gender mainstreaming roadmap and mandated the establishment of local disaster management offices dedicated to persons with disabilities.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm proud to reaffirm today Italy's full engagement with the guiding principle of the Sendai Framework to integrate gender, age, disability, and cultural perspectives. This principle has significantly shaped Italy's national DDR priorities and has proven a successful catalyst for more effective and equitable risk reduction. This is why we have placed a strong emphasis on inclusive risk governance, both nationally and internationally. A concrete example from our national practices is the adoption last March of the operational guidelines for civil protection intervention in support of persons with specific needs. Developed through a participatory process, this document provides practical tools to people in vulnerable situations, in particular persons with disabilities, older persons, minors, migrants. Building on the 2018 Civil Protection Code, which promotes shared responsibility across all levels of government, civil society, academia, and local authorities, these guidelines address key challenges and call for inclusive measures to be integrated into municipal civil protection plans with the overarching goal of ensuring that no one is left behind. Moreover, Italy is delivering training on inclusive risk communication and promoting gender and disability-sensitive planning at the municipal level. These actions have improved the reach and quality of early warnings, especially in the communities living in remote and rural areas. We are also investing in disaggregated data on disaster risk by gender, age, and disability. These data sets are increasingly integrated into national risk assessment and local emergency planning. In parallel, we are advancing the participation and leadership of women, persons with disability, and youth in the design and monitoring of early warning system and DDR data collection, thanks to partnership with university and civil society organizations. At the international level, this approach informs Italy's engagement with UNDRR and the International Federation of the Red Cross in disaster-prone areas, particularly in Africa. Our support for anticipatory action and early warning system is intentionally designed to reduce vulnerability and the risk of displacement, while also building long-term institutional capacities. These efforts are reflected in the strategic direction and implementation of the Mattei Plan for Africa, as well as with our collaboration with the CIMA Foundation. Finally, Italy recently renewed its commitment to inclusive DDR at the 44th International Conference of the Red Cross and Red Crescent to an open pledge on the protection of the rights of persons with disability during conflicts and disaster. This complements the priorities advanced during our 2024 G7 presidency.
I would like to thank the distinguished representative of Italy. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Austria.
Thank you, Chair. Esteemed Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Austria is firmly committed to inclusive disaster risk reduction and climate resilience. We believe that meaningful participation of all citizens, especially most at risk, is essential for building effective and fair strategies. In our approach, inclusion is not an afterthought, it's a foundation. People with disabilities, among other vulnerable groups, are actively involved in co-design processes and decision-making. Their voices are represented in national and regional boards and committees, shaping the systems meant to protect them. One example of this is a recent workshop series by the Austrian Civil Protection Association, where over 50 organizations came together. Through this collaborative process, we are co-creating practical emergency scenarios and building a digital knowledge platform. This platform provides guidance for crisis situations tailored to people's living conditions, housing, and specific needs, whether that's due to disability, age, or socioeconomic status. The past 5 years, Austria's annual National Hazard Conference has built a strong community of practice, uniting over 100 local leaders, responders, and vulnerable groups to share solutions for reaching those most at risk. We recognize the value of local and traditional knowledge in managing land, water, and climate challenges. Most recently, on Heat Action Day, stakeholders from science, civil society, and government came together to highlight the unequal impacts of extreme heat. The message was clear: we must protect those most affected to ensure no one is left behind. Inclusion and resilience rely on strong data and early warning system. Austria supports initiatives like the Systematic Observation Financing Facility SOF to strengthen the first mile of early warning, which builds on innovative funding to direct resources where they are needed most. These are not just projects, they are statements of principle. In Austria, we are not designing solutions for vulnerable groups, we are building them with them. We also recognize the importance of strong institutional frameworks. Our national UNDRR platform is a model for multi-stakeholder collaboration, bringing together ministries, regional authorities, emergency services, including the Disability Council. Let us join forces and move forward together towards safer, more inclusive, and more resilient.
I thank the distinguished representative of Austria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Nations Office of the High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries, and Small Island Development States.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants, we thank UNDRR and the Government of Switzerland for convening this global platform and for the opportunity to contribute. The LDC's landlocked developing countries and SIDS are among the most vulnerable countries. They face systemic challenges and structural impediments, economic, environmental, and social. They are disproportionately impacted by disasters. To address these vulnerabilities, the General Assembly has adopted dedicated 10-year programs of action for each of these groups, and these programs include specific provisions on DRR that are complementary to the Sendai Framework. Within these countries, the most vulnerable groups, due to age, gender, or disability, are among the people that are most at risk on this planet. For example, in the October 2023 earthquake in Afghanistan, up to 90% of the deaths were among women and children. Last September, my office, together with UNDRR and WMO, published the first ever in-depth assessment of the status of multi-hazard early warning systems in the LDCs, identifying gaps and recommendations for addressing them. Its findings were sobering. The LDCs are lagging on all 4 of the early warnings pillars. Only half have multi-hazard early warning systems in place. No LDC is GBON compliant. We found disaggregated data on gender and disability was scarce, making it difficult to assess specific vulnerabilities. Yet, we are aware of the gender disparities that exist on mobile phones and internet connectivity, for example. We know that risk assessments should take into account location of vulnerable groups and the design of evacuation strategies. And the list goes on. Excellencies, I would like to conclude by expressing our thanks to the government of Qatar for its recent announcement of financial support, which will enable my office to begin implementing the recommendations from the report to strengthen multi-hazard early warning systems in the LDCs in partnership with UNDRR and WMO, and we welcome collaboration with all other stakeholders. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Nations Office of the High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries, and Small Island Development States. We will hear now a testimony from Mr. Alex Mavuti, youth leader from Kenya.
Good afternoon. This is Alex Mavuti. I joined the Kenya Red Cross as a volunteer. In mind, helping people in distress was the key thing. Later on, I found myself helping people in distress, responding to fires, floods, accidents, and conflicts. From this experience, I have realized that life changes in an instant. I've been there, not as a survivor, but as a youth leader and a response team member. In the middle of chaos, even when I'm afraid and unsure, I stand strong for others. Hope is all I carry with me. My hands sometimes tremble, but my heart stays firm. That's the spirit the Red Cross principles instill in me. Yes, humanity and impartiality. In the recovery camps where people had lost everything, homes, property, loved ones, and even their peace of mind, I have learned something powerful. Recovery is not just about giving people food or shelter. It is about helping them feel human again. Healing the heart and the mind is just as important. As a young person, I've been close to communities affected, as the youth are the majority of the first responders during crisis. I remember seeing a child too shocked to speak, a woman so overwhelmed that her face went blank. In those moments, I realized how much difference a few kind words could make. Sometimes just being present brings more healing than anything else. Disasters often leave invisible wounds. People carry pain that cannot be seen, memories that haunt them, fear that lingers. I have come to understand that mental health should not be treated as an extra service. It is central to disaster response and preparedness. Being part of the psychosocial support team has opened my eyes. Now, I champion for mental health inclusion in every emergency plan. Healing begins when people feel understood and included. It must be part of every decision, every response, and every act of resilience, so we can protect the very most precious thing, what makes us human, and leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
Thank Mr. Alex Mavuti.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of UNICEF.
Excellencies, distinguished partners and colleagues, I'm honored to join this important discussion on inclusive disaster risk reduction governance on behalf of UNICEF. Children, who make up 1/3 of the global population, are uniquely and disproportionately impacted by climate crisis and disasters. The loss and damage they experience affects their survival, development, and dignity. Yet children and young people are also leaders and multipliers. Their active participation in risk reduction efforts in collaboration with government and partners is vital at every level. For example, in Libya, UNICEF is supporting a youth-led initiative to develop the country's first real-time multi-hazard early warning system, reaching nearly 900,000 people. This initiative involves youth as climate monitors and technicians, promoting local ownership and sustainable management. UNICEF supports governments in achieving the Sendai Framework targets, ensuring that the needs of children are prioritized in disaster risk management. We work closely with line ministries across key sectors to strengthen the resilience of social services for children. Our cross-sectoral approach spans education, health, nutrition, water, sanitation and hygiene, child protection, and social protection, enabling integrated solutions. For example, in Central Asia, integrating disaster risk reduction and climate education into national curricula has enhanced disaster risk knowledge and preparedness for over 14 million students and 12,000 educators. UNICEF is committed to reaching the most marginalized and vulnerable children through our dual mandate for humanitarian action and development. In Mali, in 2024, UNICEF installed 60+ solar-powered water systems in conflict-affected and water-stressed regions. These provide over 250,000 children with sustainable access to safe drinking water. Progress has been made in ensuring disaggregated disaster information for decision-making, and prioritize the participation and leadership of youth, including in Kenya, where we developed the Children Climate Disaster Risk Model with young people and the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. Let us reaffirm our shared responsibility to ensure that disaster risk reduction efforts are inclusive, equitable, and leave no one behind. By working together across sectors, institutions,
Thank you, UNICEF, and I would now like to pass the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Merci aux autorités suisses et à UNDRR pour l'accueil de cette 8e plateforme mondiale. Plusieurs orateurs l'ont rappelé ce matin, il y a tout juste une semaine, à moins de 100 km d'ici, le village de Blatten était enseveli par l'effondrement d'un glacier. Cette catastrophe montre deux choses cruciales pour nos échanges. D'abord, l'urgence de l'action climatique. Ensuite, l'importance fondamentale de la prévention et de la préparation. Au moment où nous célébrons les 10 ans de l'accord de Paris, il nous faut collectivement accélérer l'action et nous remettre sur la trajectoire des 1,5 degrés. Chaque fraction de degré comptera pour réduire les impacts des catastrophes climatiques. Nous sommes tous ici touchés par des catastrophes naturelles. Nos compatriotes mahorais en ont été victimes en décembre dernier, heurtés de plein fouet par le cyclone Chido. Les rapports du GIEC sont limpides, nous ne sommes pas tous également vulnérables face aux catastrophes. Nous devons collectivement nous assurer de ne laisser personne de côté. C'est dans cet esprit que la France a lancé CRUISE, l'initiative sur les risques climatiques et les systèmes d'alerte précoce il y a 10 ans. Les principes directeurs de CRUISE me semblent importants à rappeler parce qu'ils devraient être étendus à l'ensemble de nos actions en matière de réduction des risques. D'une part, il est essentiel de travailler avec les communautés exposées aux catastrophes. En France, c'est ce qui se fait localement, au niveau des villes comme au niveau des préfectures, avec des plans d'action intégrés, préparés et mis en œuvre au niveau local avec l'ensemble des parties prenantes. D'autre part, nous devons protéger...
We should protect the whole population and be sure that all stakeholders are included in the projects. And while impacts of disasters are growing, we should ensure that every euro invested is well invested. So every euro invested in France allows us to avoid 8 euros of loss. That's what does the Sendai Framework to protect population worldwide. Some zones are not, it's not possible to insure them. France is mobilized with the French Development Agency and will keep investing so that we will have insurance mechanisms. France will gather the third conference about oceans in Nice. I think that coastal zones are impacted by climate change, and we wanted to dedicate time for coastal zones and also Islands Forum to put insularity at the heart of this work. Thank you.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Madam, for your intervention.
I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Pacific Islands Forum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. Excellencies, I represent the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, an intergovernmental organization that has a diverse membership of 18 Pacific Island countries, ranging from the smallest countries in the world, not only in land size, but also in population size, to our more developed and larger membership. This diversity reflects the need to be innovative in ensuring that as a collective, we are able to move forward as one in a manner that benefits all of our member countries and leaves no one behind. It has meant putting in place frameworks that place our people front and center, in particular those most vulnerable and at high risk and disproportionately affected by climate change and disasters. The 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent outlines our region's long-term vision, acting as an enabler for all Pacific peoples to participate in and benefit from development outcomes. It embeds our traditional and cultural values unique to our individual Pacific countries, but also critical in underpinning our resilient national and regional development aspirations. It also highlights the importance of robust data sets to inform how, as a region, we are moving together towards a resilient and inclusive future for all our Pacific peoples. We have also established the Pacific Resilience Facility, a Pacific-led, member-owned and managed international financing institution with a community, climate change, and humanitarian core. If we are not able to reach our most vulnerable with the least means to access funds, then we are, in essence, further marginalizing parts of our community. From the Blue Pacific region and the Pacific Islands Forum, our collective political will has and remains critical in setting a strong foundation by which all of our Pacific peoples are active beneficiaries of our development progress, and with the objective that no one is left behind. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Pacific Islands Forum. And I now have the pleasure to invite for a testimony Ms. Cynthia Rodriguez, Gender Equality Leader from Ecuador.
I am Cynthia from a small town from Ecuador, near Ecuador's Chimborazo volcano. Today I want to share a story that shaped who I am. It begins in 1998, when I was just a girl, full of dreams and pride after earning my first academic medal at the school. That same year, at the extreme El Niño event struck Ecuador. Floods devastated coastal cities, and with them swept away homes, stability, and hope. Ecuador fell into economic crisis, so my mother lost her livelihood and had to migrate to survive. There were no disaster risk reduction policies to protect women like her. Years later, I realized it wasn't just about the rain. It was just about poor planning, lack of prevention, exclusion, and the absence of intersectional approaches. Eventually, I became a climate and disaster risk reduction professional. I co-founded Ecuador's first business network for disaster risk reduction. During COVID-19, 2 women and I led the private sector response that quietly delivered real impact, enabling inside companies over 1.5 million vaccine doses for workers and their families. Today, as a member of the Latin American Caribbean Women's Network for Disaster Risk Reduction, I call on all of us to build resilience with us, embracing all our diversities. We urge that the Sendai Gender Action Plan stops being a recommendation and becomes a binding commitment for the government. Our women's network is working tirelessly to turn plans into actions. Over 1,500 women are part of this effort, but it is not enough. Without resources and the technical and political support to match our commitment, we cannot scale the change our communities need. That's why I stand before you on behalf of women across our region to ask for your support, your action, and your solidarity. Because when women come together in networks, we ignite transformation, ensuring no one is left behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Señora Rodríguez. And now I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of HelpAge International.
Mr. Co-Chair, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about older people in this important forum. We are living in a world where the number of older people is growing faster than any other time in history. By the year 2050, 1/5 of the world's population will be above the age of 60 years old. 80% of that number will be living in lower and middle-income countries, which remain the most vulnerable to natural hazards. Despite the importance of the exclusivity in the Sendai Framework, older people remain largely overlooked in both policy and practice. Their needs, perspectives, and capacities are frequently marginalized, and when they are considered, it is often only through the lens of vulnerability. Gender discourse seldom includes older women, while intergenerational dialogues often neglect the older generation, disregarding their vital contributions. This neglect not only undermines the principles of the Sendai Framework, particularly the emphasis of people-centered and all-of-society approaches, but also overlooks the wealth of experience, knowledge, and resilience that older people can contribute to risk reduction efforts. Older people are being left behind. However, it does not have to be like this. Meaningful inclusion of older people in disaster risk reduction enhances its effectiveness and sustainability. Older individuals often possess deep local knowledge of past hazards, coping mechanisms, and community dynamics, assets that can inform early warning systems, risk mapping, and preparedness planning. Their social roles, particularly as caregivers, community leaders, and keepers of oral history, position them as vital contributors to both formal and informal DRR initiatives. By engaging older people as active stakeholders rather than passive beneficiaries, DRR efforts can draw on a broader base of experience and foster more resilient, cohesive communities in line with the Sendai Framework's commitment to inclusive, participatory governance. HelpAge International's network of locally based partners have empowered older people to lead community-based initiatives around the world. In the Philippines, older people's associations have led hazard mapping and emergency preparedness drills. In Kenya, older people were supported to integrate their voices into country-level climate adaptation plans. When power is shifted to older people, their knowledge, experience, and networks strengthen community resilience, supporting locally led, age-inclusive governance using disaggregated data can inform planning and transform older people from overlooked population into active agents. I call on you to build a better and leave no one behind. Thank you.
Many thanks, HelpAge International, and to the second on time. I would now like to pass the floor to the distinguished representative of the World Institute on Disability.
Greetings to all. I am honored to have spent the last year on the Secretary General's Early Warnings for All advisory panel, representing not just people with disabilities, but all of civil society. I also serve on the UNDRR Stakeholder Engagement Mechanism as a SEM disability focal point. Over 1.3 billion people with disabilities and another billion older people across the globe are counting on those of us here and online to center accessibility and universal design in every aspect of the Early Warnings for All initiative, to go beyond leaving no one behind, to harnessing the powerful leadership of the people most impacted in disasters, not because we are inherently vulnerable, but because we are honestly more resilient than most, and you need our help. It is exclusion and lack of accessibility as a priority that creates disproportionate vulnerability. Early Warnings for All is a huge and ambitious charge from Secretary General Guterres to make early warnings available to all by the end of 2027. Not some, not most, all. This is an imperative if we are to achieve the priorities of the Sendai Framework, leaving no one behind. In my role on the advisory panel, I have called for a global stocktake to learn the baseline of where and how accessible and actionable alerts and warnings are actually reaching the people who need them most. Without a baseline, how will we ever identify gaps and measure progress? My own organization has developed a technology solution called Infinite Access for governments, broadcasters, and the private sector to make available to their community. This solution will be free for all users and allows everyone to customize how they receive information. Our platform works with all participating apps and assistive devices. The Infinite Access team and the World Institute on Disabilities and our colleagues from disability-led and allied organizations stand together, committed to ensure that we are providing accessible early warnings to every person on Earth by the end of 2027, leaving no one behind. And this must begin by giving everyone the actionable information they need for themselves, and so we can all contribute to the best outcomes for our community. I thank you for the opportunity to join you today.
Dear Madam, thank you very much for your powerful statement. I would now like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Tajikistan.
Спасибо, уважаемые дамы и господа.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We are grateful to the organizers of the conference for organizing this very important session and not to leave anyone behind. In the framework of the Sendai Framework, for the country like Tajikistan, which is rich, in inverted commas, on natural cataclysms, the management of risks is at the heart of our resilience program. The lowering of risks is impossible without participation from the broadest levels of society. We are working consistently through our national program, which is chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister on risk management. We, as I said, include all the levels of society, including women and younger generation, into the work of this committee. The knowledge of elders is taken into account in the developed documents. We are not only more precisely addressing the risks, we are making the management of these risks as sustainable as possible for the future. In the Sendai Framework, we have gender and minority priorities, and these are taken into account seriously by the Tajik government. Tajikistan is actively introducing and developing the inclusive system of early warning systems. This means not just the technical side of things, but also the way the information about the oncoming risks is phrased and delivered, especially to the outmost regions of the country, and that women and children get that information. We create the adapted forms of communication and of risk warnings that
I thank the distinguished representative of Tajikistan and apologize for the 3 minutes limit. It's an automatic system, so everybody gets the time to speak. But if you have a longer statement, you can submit it to the Secretariat. It is now my pleasure to pass the floor to the World Farmers Organization. The floor is yours.
Excellency, distinguished colleague, it's an honor to contribute to this multi-stakeholder discussion. As co-facilitator of the Working Group on Nature and Biodiversity at the World Farmers Organization, WFO, I speak on behalf of global network of farmers deeply engaged in building resilience through sustainable practices and inclusive disaster risk governance. The WFO also leads the farmers' constituency within the stakeholder engagement mechanism. The principle of leaving no one behind must be more than a commitment. It must guide the action. Across our work, we have seen that when disaster risk reduction DDR strategy actively includes the perspectives of key stakeholders such as farmers, they become more grounded, reliable, and more effective. Farmers are not only affected by disaster, they are experienced risk managers with critical knowledge of local ecosystem, biodiversity, and seasonal cycle. This insight is vital for developing early warning systems and nature-based solutions that are effective and context-specific. Despite this, their contributions are often overlooked. Disaster risk reduction policies are frequently developed without meaningful engagement with farmers' organizations. In many cases, government-led initiatives rely heavily on the input from private companies and specialized institutions while involving farmers only minimal. This top-down approach often produced solutions that, although technically robust, fail to address the practical need of the farmers on the ground. With the global population projected to rise to 8.5 million by 2030 and 9.7 billion by 2015, and global food demand expected to increase by 35% to 56% between 2010 and 2015, preventing disasters that threaten food production and security is imperative. This must remind ourselves that farmers are not merely business operators, they are the custodian of the fundamental human rights, that is, food right, and preventing disasters that impact farmers is not only practical necessary, but also a moral obligation of the world. Equally important is to ensuring the meaningful participation of farmers in the designing, planning, and implementation of this DDR system. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the World Farmers Organization. And the floor now goes to the Major Group for Children and Youth.
Thank you, Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates. I am Global Focal Point for Major Group for Children and Youth. The low-income countries, SEEDS, LLDC, and African countries are susceptible to disasters which significantly affect marginalized groups and at-risk populations. In the absence of better preparedness and actions, disaster risks could soon outstrip the limits of feasible adaptation with a narrow window of opportunities to increase resilience. The guiding principles whole-of-society approach strengthens overall resilience to climate and disaster risks and strengthen governance. To achieve this, children and youth pioneered green DRR innovation and asset during information dissemination for early warnings and first responders during response and recovery. Youth-led, locally led action for resilience building. For a robust consultation, we propose institutionalization, meaningful engagement, and policy inclusion. Invest in green innovation and technology. Invest in resilient livelihoods and sustainability. Education, capacity building, and knowledge sharing. Utilize technology and social media to communicate information regarding climate change, DRR, preparedness, and early warning. Prioritize investment in children-led and youth-led initiatives. Lastly, promote school safety by integrating disaster education and community awareness. Raise awareness about school safety among children, teachers, and school administration. Thank you, Chair.
Many thanks, distinguished representative, for this short and sharp statement. The floor now goes to King's College, London.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues, I'm Dr. Faith Taylor, Senior Lecturer at King's College London and co-lead of the Lloyd's Register Foundation project, Improving Household Preparedness in Multi-Hazard Contexts. The reflections I offer here draw on this in a portfolio of international projects detailed in our written submission. As we strive to realise the Sendai Framework commitment to leave no one behind, I invite us to reflect critically on the kinds of evidence we value and collect in disaster risk reduction. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but rather use existing tools differently. I urge the global disaster risk community to embrace blended evidence sources and harness the flexibility of modern data platforms to integrate qualitative and quantitative data across scales. We've made significant progress in developing databases and geographic information system, or GIS, platforms, and these increasingly include disaggregated data at finer spatial resolutions, helping us understand differential impacts across groups. But we must go further. A technocratic approach to risk, focused on what can be measured, mapped, and stored in structured databases, often overlooks the lived experiences of marginalised communities. It underreports impacts in low-income neighbourhoods, omits non-economic losses, and struggles to capture aspects of risk that are not fixed in space, static or time, or indeed missing from the map. So how can we improve? We can broaden our definition of evidence by integrating blended sources of data into existing tools through, 1, social science methods, such as open-ended interviews with marginalised groups, which can reveal nuanced insights about how households prepare, insights that fixed category surveys might miss. 2, practitioner perspectives from those working with the vulnerabilised can surface hidden issues like mental health or domestic violence that communities may consider taboo to discuss. 3, affordable smartphones allow people to contribute localised, georeferenced voice notes, videos, and other media, capturing data in a flexible and accessible ways for people with different abilities and technical skills. And finally, 4, modern GIS platforms increasingly support these multimedia data layers. In our work with decision makers in Kenya, we found that integrating those human stories with the quantitative GIS data made the information more memorable and the solutions more tangible. In closing, I believe many still treat traditional and indigenous knowledge as something quite separate from scientific data, and we need to rethink what we consider as evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the King's College. And the floor now goes to the International Disability Alliance stakeholder group of persons with disabilities.
Chair, Excellencies, colleagues, thank you for the floor. I am representing the stakeholder group of persons with disabilities and as a deaf woman from Mongolia. This is a country where climate and disaster-related risks are increasing. Similar to many other countries, people with disabilities and their representative organizations in Mongolia are trying to actively engage in addressing these issues and collaborating with government duty bearers to enhance disaster risk reduction efforts nationwide. Despite facing significant challenges such as a small population, limited funding, and scarce resources, we remain committed to advancing inclusive and effective disaster preparedness and response. I'm also encouraged to observe that many organizations of persons with disabilities, as well as international and local organizations in other countries, are taking similar actions to promote inclusive disaster risk reduction, just as we are doing in Mongolia. Therefore, I believe it is important to share the lessons we have learned. First, on the impact of including diverse perspectives. People with disabilities are not inherently vulnerable. We face greater risks because of systemic barriers and exclusion from participating in DRR due to stigma that will not be able to meaningfully participate or bring value. However, people with disabilities navigate complex risks every day and are experts in removing barriers that may otherwise prevent them from being able to prepare for disasters or evacuate safely. And this is a much needed skill and value that the wider DRR community could benefit from. When we are part of disaster risk governance, outcomes improve for everyone. In countries like Bangladesh and Fiji, organizations of persons with disabilities have played a key role in developing accessible local DRR action plans and simulation exercises. Our lived experience of disability have been essential to making early warning systems more accessible. When people with disabilities are involved from the start, DRR becomes practical, equitable, and truly life-saving for the whole community. Secondly, on national implementation of the Sendai Framework, many countries in Asia and in the Pacific, including Mongolia, Disaster Risk Reduction Strategy 2020 to 2030 reflects the Sendai Framework's principles, including disability and gender inclusion. We are bringing these experiences to this platform and organizing side events to share the lessons we have learned. It is essential that many of these insights are shared widely. A concrete step has been the government's partnerships with OPDs to train emergency staff on inclusive evacuation and to pilot accessible early warnings in high-risk areas. These actions are helpful, shifting national policy from commitment to practice. Thirdly, on participation and data. Progress is being made, but not fast enough. We call for disability disaggregated data to be gathered ethically and to use a track where no one is left behind, and the progress made to track inclusion efforts. Participation must go beyond consultation. It must be structured, resourced, and sustainable. People with disabilities, including women, deaf and deaf-blind people, and people with cognitive and psychosocial disabilities must have leadership roles in DRR decision-making at entry level. This requires flexible funding mechanisms to support our OPDs to engage with their networks so they can fully represent the needs of underrepresented disability. Now let me close with this. If every day counts, then every person must count. This includes people with disabilities, but also other marginalized groups, specifically older persons, women, and indigenous people. We urge member states to do more to ensure that early warnings for all truly means everyone. You can do this by co-designing DRR efforts with us, asking us what are the barriers we might experience and what changes we would like to put in place so that we could participate in DRR efforts and evacuate safely and utilize multiple accessibility formats to ensure that those most at risk are not excluded any longer from accessible, life-saving information. However, without financial commitment, we cannot achieve this. We call for greater investments in inclusive DRR that is tracked against commitments and progress made. This is not charity. It is a human right, and it is imperative for disaster risk governance for achieving the intent and the promise of the Sendai Framework. Thank you.
Distinguished representative, many thanks for making these important points. I would now like to give the floor to the LAC Women's Network for Disaster Risk Reduction.
Thank you, Excellencies, colleagues, good afternoon. From the Latin American and Caribbean Women's Network for Disaster Risk Reduction, representing over 1,500 organized women, we raise our voices with clarity. Resilience must be built with us, with our communities, with our diversities. Today we declare the immediate implementation of the Sendai Framework Gender Action Plan is non-negotiable. It must be no longer a recommendation, but a binding obligation. The motto of this platform, "Every day counts," must be translated into action through concrete mechanisms such as adopt and use DRR Gender Observatory during regional and global platforms related to climate resilience and disaster risk governance to promote transparency and accountability. We further demand the mandatory inclusion of gender and intersectional indicators in all disaster risk reduction policies, robust disaggregated data systems by sex, age, ethnicity, disability, and geography to inform targeted disaster risk reduction interventions, that the voices of women from hills, barrios, islands, rivers, and coasts are not only heard but recognized as leaders of resilience. Today, a lot of women of the Latin American and Caribbean stand behind this declaration, united in the belief that resilience demands gender justice. Every day counts, every voice matters. Resilience is built by all women, from all women, for all women, and with all our diversities. Thank you.
Many thanks, distinguished representative. And the floor now goes to Red GIRDD, Latin America and Caribbean.
A nombre de las redes de sociedad.
On behalf of the network, from each corner of our region, our communities are resisting, create, heal, and reinvent against a world that is crossed by climate change. The disabilities is more common against these challenges. The answers are born from the territories. The reduction of risk, of disaster risk reduction is not a strategy, it's an act of justice, social practice, dignity, and life. The resilience flourishes from bottom up. It's time to acknowledge it, to strengthen and support it. For that reason, we make a call, urgent call, to strengthen and finance leadership of women, youth, indigenous groups, Afro-descendant groups, people with disabilities and communities in risk. Their participation must be full, with voice, vote, and resources. To establish financing, sustainable, flexible for the organizations of base. To establish a governance free of corruption and violence that put life in the center, to build early warning systems, inclusive, accessible, multi-user, with participation of communities from the design, to integrate ancestral and local knowledge in these policies and climate change governance, to include accessibility as a principal access in all policies, to invest in education, science and technology, inclusive, to give answer to the realities of the territory, and to use disaggregated data by gender, territory, and age, to give more just, fair answers. Each dollar invested in prevention saves 4 in recovery. But this is not only about economy, it's about taking care of what we love the most. We demand safe infrastructure, dignified habitats, tailored for people who face the most vulnerability. To invest in communities is the way forward. Resilience is not imposed from the top, is built from the local communities. The time is now, and is with everyone. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. And our next and last intervention will be of the Global Network of Civil Society Organizations for Disaster Risk Reduction, GNDR.
Thank you very much. Thank you. GNDR is the largest global network of civil society organizations working on disaster risk reduction in the world, with 1,965 members across 131 countries, the majority of which are CSOs and grassroots organizations in the Global South. Our vast global network has enabled us to bring together diverse perspectives to reduce disaster risk reduction, and is why we proudly co-chair the Sendai NGO stakeholder constituency. The diversity and breadth of our network has enabled us to work with our members to highlight the most pressing challenges that we're still facing in reducing risk, and share expertise and recommendations to overcome this. This is a powerful network of diverse actors which showcases the important role civil society play in risk reduction, who have identified and started collaborating on 8 key actions that must be taken forward in the last 5 years of the Sendai Framework implementation. This includes first, the need to listen to communities and institutionalize local voice in decision-making. We know those living in communities on the front line of risk have the local knowledge, expertise, and capacity to significantly strengthen risk governance. Utilize civil society to do this. Secondly, finance local early warning and early action. Channel pre-arranged, accessible finance through civil society at the local level that enables local action. Third, strengthen DRR in conflict-affected and fragile states. We are leaving those in fragile states behind. Draw on civil society to access, understand, and guide disaster risk management here. Make DRR legally binding. Increase legal empowerment by going beyond voluntary commitments and making some elements of DRR legal commitments. Our fifth key action is implement a whole-of-society approach. But within this, understand which areas of society could be included more in disaster risk management going forward. Here, we recognize two particular stakeholder groups who could be engaged with more. Firstly, faith-based organizations. Utilize the networks and trust created by FBOs. Secondly, financial services. Explore how financial services could help improve sustainable and equitable finance for disaster risk reduction. Sixth, institutionalize inclusive DRR through education systems, through government systems, mainstream DRR and social protection programs to address systemic inequalities. Invest in local green DRR, the potential for technology, innovation and nature to align to reduce current and future risk is exciting but underfunded. Lastly, all development must be risk-informed. Prioritize urban resilience and disaster-ready infrastructure. Utilize civil society to monitor, advocate, and ensure transparency.
Many thanks, GNDR. You can, of course, hand the full statement to the Secretariat. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear co-chair, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the last speaker of the multi-stakeholder plenary number 2. I thank all the participants for their interventions. As we close this plenary, I want to thank each and every one of you for your active engagement and for the valuable insights shared throughout our discussions. Today's session has reaffirmed a crucial truth. Disasters do not impact all people equally. Vulnerable and marginalized communities, those living in poverty, persons with disabilities, women, youth, and indigenous peoples continue to bear the brunt of disasters. And while we have made progress, we have also recognized the significant gaps that remain. What has emerged clearly from our exchanges is that inclusion is not optional, it is essential. The contributions of those most at risk are not just valuable, they're vital to building resilient societies. We must do more to ensure they have the voice, the resources, and the power to shape the policies and the systems that affect them. We have heard inspiring examples on how the principles of the Sendai Framework are being translated into action, how diverse perspectives are being integrated into disaster risk reduction, and how inclusive leadership is driving real change. But we also know time is short. The midterm review reminds us that we are not yet on track to meet our global DRR targets by 2030. We must accelerate inclusive action. We must scale what works, challenge what doesn't, and keep equity and human rights at the heart of everything we do. Let us leave this plenary not only informed, but inspired to act, with renewed commitment to inclusion, to partnership, and to ensuring that no one is left behind. Thank you very much. I would now like to remind participants that in accordance with the program of work, the Ministerial Roundtable number 1 on accelerating financing for resilience, tailored solutions for disaster risk reduction will take place now in combined plenary rooms E and F. The next multi-stakeholder plenary will take place tomorrow, Thursday, 5th of June at 2:30 p.m. in this amphitheater and will address investments in reducing risk and building resilience to accelerate progress in sustainable development. So the multi-stakeholder plenary number 2 is now concluded and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.